Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. We're going to do these updates about, I don't know, every 15, 20 minutes or so. If these storms get more into our viewing area, into our traditional West Tennessee counties, then we'll start to cover them a little bit sooner on the updates. But Brownsville, you're pretty quiet right now, but you notice a lot of lightning off in the distance. There is a big storm on the way producing copious amounts of lightning. It's also got some very heavy rain and some gusty wind. 77 degrees right now in Jackson. It's pretty quiet. We're currently at 79, but you notice the dew point way up there, so there's still a lot of storm energy tonight. We're still under a level 2. Can't rule out a tornado or some hail tonight, but it's going to be gusty winds that are going to be the main threat with these storms. So we've got some weak activity up here up to the north coming into Gibson, Crockett County. Some of this will move probably into northern Madison County as well. But the main storm of the moment is this one. This is the one that has a severe, look at the lightning strikes. 350 strikes with these two back-to-back storms right now, which are approaching the Covington area. Also Ripley, this one storm by itself has over 250 lightning strikes. This is a very active storm. As we take a look inside of it, just looks like mostly straight line winds. There's a little bit of rotation area up here up to the north, but to me this mostly looks like straight line winds that we're going to see continue to come on through, approaching Covington here any minute. So it's going to get real loud for you folks in Covington. So if we draw out the timing of this system, looks like it could be around Brownsville close to around 12:30, Stanton around 12:25. You see Mason, Tabernacle, and a couple other communities there as it races down to the east southeast. All right, up north here, none of this is going to be severe up north tonight. So this looks, at least this first round looks pretty weak, which is coming into Gibson County, Weakley County, and then eventually Carroll County here, probably about half an hour. So again, all this up north, just a few isolated lightning strikes. If you're watching us in Gibson County, you're going to be good to avoid the severe weather with this first round. But Maury City, Brazil, Trenton, a little bit of shower activity up into Martin as well. So kind of here's a look at the timing of when these weaker showers will be coming in. If you're watching us in Gibson, Medina, Alamo, Trenton there, you see your town name pulled up. That's when that northern stuff will get there, but that's not a big deal. But this stuff is, we've got 3 different severe thunderstorm warnings along the southern section, with the strongest storm is the one coming on in here to Covington. So again, that's the storm we're watching. It probably is going to stay south of Jackson, but it's going to be real close. So we'll see if how fast it turns to the south or if it continues to come east. But if you're watching us in Jackson, probably between around 1 o'clock, things could start to get a little interesting. So if that storm continues to stay strong like that, it's going to be pretty loud. Here's a couple different forecast models. This one's got it coming through Jackson around 1 o'clock, and then it's got a secondary line pushing through in the early morning hours. 3, 4, 5 o'clock, a lot of thunderstorm activity going to mix on into the early morning hours. Should clear on out though by 7 o'clock. Here's another forecast model's opinion. It doesn't have it reaching Jackson until closer to 2 or 3, but it's also got a pretty explosive line of thunderstorms still into the early morning hours, producing probably some gusty winds, clearing on out around 4:30 or 5 as well. And then by the mid-morning, we're probably going to be dry. I'm going to head back over here to the Weather Center. We'll take another look at that storm, the one that has the severe thunderstorm warning on it, and just get a quick peek on it. As again, pretty intense looking storm that is moving into western Haywood County right now. It's also going to impact sections of Crockett County. So there is that storm. Again, a lot of lightning within that little cell, a couple of kinks along that line, but going back, this just looks most likely straight line winds, but it is coming into Covington pretty quickly. So Mason, Stanton, Brownsville could also be on the way for you. Again, very little rotation, a little bit up here up to the north, maybe heading into Ripley, Henning, but nothing that looks like that's tornadic, but definitely has some strong winds with it. There's again, we'll draw one more track on this since it's moved a little bit since the previous track. It's moving about 35 miles an hour to the southeast. So again, going to be close, probably stay south of Jackson, but we're probably going to hear some lightning. So there's a look at the latest timing. Check with the National Weather Service. There could be some hail spiking up over Poinsett. That's again different storm. That's that new severe thunderstorm warning they just issued. So All right, that's what we got for now. We'll do another update here in about 15 minutes. I'll update on our Facebook Live here the timing of when we'll do the new update. So just if you refresh the page, you'll see the timing of when we're going to go live again. We're going to keep the radar up, though, on our other Mac system, and we'll adjust that. But just keep it here on our live, and we'll continue to watch these storms here tonight. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for a cell heading into Brownsville. The warning does include now the western half of Madison County for the potential of 60-mile-an-hour winds, as well as up to nickel-size hail. A lot of lightning showing up on our Brownsville cam here. And if you look far enough to the west in Jackson, you can see some of those lightning strikes. But we're fine here in Jackson. I don't think the storm's going to get here for at least another 30-45 minutes. So we are still under a level 2 tonight. Can't rule out a tornado or some large hail. Gusty winds, though, definitely occurring with these storms. So here's the latest on the radar. All this activity up north, Gibson, Carroll County, none of this is going to be severe, but we do have one big storm that we're watching heading into Haywood County right now. It is knocking on the door on Brownsville, and it's producing some gusty winds. It's got a couple of kinks on the line, but it's really missing low-level rotation, so not likely to produce a tornado with this storm tonight. But we're going to be watching it closely. As I said, there's a couple little kinks along this line, and anytime that happens, there's a chance that you could get a quick spin up. But look at all the lightning, almost 200 lightning strikes just with this one storm. It's still about 15 minutes away before it approaches Brownsville, but it is moving into western Haywood County right now. So this new severe thunderstorm warning is out till 1 a.m., and that puts it right on the door here in Jackson. So you notice right around 1 o'clock is when we're expecting the storm to be getting closer to the hub city if it continues to move at 35 miles an hour like it is. So here's the line. It looked a little gustier about 30 minutes ago. You notice the bright colors there as it went through Covington, those bright greens and reds closer together. But we still do have some strong winds going into Mason, Stanton right now, approaching Brownsville here real soon. So again, if it continues that same track, here's a general look at the timing. Be in Jackson between 1 and 1:15, Bells between 12:45 and 12:50. Brownsville between 12:30 and 12:35 is when this storm will be approaching you. Up north again, none of this I don't think is going to do much. That's coming into, if you're watching us, Gibson, Carroll County, Weakley, Obion, Henry, Benton. None of this up north is overly concerning. So maybe a couple of pockets of some heavy rain, few lightning strikes. That's about all you're going to get up to the north. That includes Sharon, northern Gibson County, Weakley County. Here is a look at the timing, though, of when that rain may show up for you in Medina, Paris, Brewston, Huntington. Again, nothing up north too concerning, but we do have multiple severe thunderstorms. We actually have 3 of them that are lined up from here all the way over to Truman. This back one was trying to spin up a little bit, but again, there's really a minimal low-level rotation. The Storm Prediction Center issued a mesoscale discussion, which is basically a thunderstorm discussion. They gave us a 5% chance of having a severe thunderstorm watch. So they're probably not going to issue a watch with these storms tonight, but they do expect them to continue here, a couple of them to be intense for the next couple of hours. The back one still near 5:55 there. So we've also got some weak activity up to the north. I believe this is the cold front itself, which is still well up into Missouri, but we're getting the forcing out in front of the cold front tonight. Here's a look at a couple different future casts we'll show you before we get back to the radar. Got the storms coming into Jackson, and it shows it weakening coming into Jackson at 1, but then it's got an additional line coming through here again at 3, 4 o'clock. So can't rule out some strong storms from now till probably about 5, maybe even 6 a.m. That'll be tracking down to the southeast as the night goes on. And we're pretty quiet once we get into Thursday afternoon. Here's another forecast model. This one updates every hour, and it's got some pretty intense storms still between 2 and 3 moving through. So we may be dealing with a couple of hours of some stormy conditions, unfortunately, tonight, according to the Futurecast, and it keeps storms around 5 o'clock. By 6, it looks like the severe weather is going to wrap up. And then we're actually in for what I think is going to be a pretty nice day once we get into Thursday afternoon. So there's a look at the forecast for tomorrow. So once we get past 6 a.m., it's actually looking pretty good. So let's get back to the radar, though, on our severe thunderstorm warning, which does include areas in Madison County for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So there's that storm. Again, a lot of lightning. It's kind of disorganized. Trying to find where the strongest winds are is a little difficult. Again, it's a pretty big storm. Again, the warnings out till 1 o'clock. Get another look inside this storm. So here's the storm line with it. So I can find my finger pointer tool. So right here, this is where the winds are. You can kind of see where those colors are showing up as it tracks off to the east here. But it was a little stronger. You see the colors there around Covington with those winds. See how they were the brighter greens and reds. They were real easy to pick out. Now we're kind of got this little jagged red line showing up. It's where the strongest winds are currently with this. We'll get one new track on this, and then we'll take a brief break here. So there's a look at the leading edge of the line. If it continues at 35 miles an hour, again, sometime around 1:15 or so coming into Jackson. There's a chance this storm weakens some. We hope that it does. We'll continue to watch it as it heads into the Brownsville area. Obviously, if it's a tornado warning, we'll go live and cover it online as well as on TV. We'll get another update here on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook Live that you're watching us on here at about 12:45. So that's in about 18 minutes. So we'll be back at 12:45 with another update on the storm. Just keep your phones up for any alerts and keep it on WBBJ here tonight. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. It's 12:45 a.m. and storming in Brownsville. Nonstop lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds coming on down, and this storm is on its way into Madison County. We'll be approaching Jackson a little after 1 a.m. Severe thunderstorm warning is out for the western sections of Madison County. It is still warm. It is still humid. This is what it looks like in downtown Jackson. Still quiet, but things are going to get a little interesting here in about 30 minutes. We're still under a level 2 tonight. Can't rule out a tornado or a large hail. We're watching things closely for that, but it looks like it's going to be mostly a gusty wind concern. There's that line of storms heading right into Madison County. So we've got a lot of lightning. Look, 500 lightning strikes with these severe thunderstorms right along a line now, and it looks like it is going to be marching right into Jackson. Originally they were tracking down to the southeast, but they're moving pretty much due east now, which means it is coming into the heart of Jackson. So right now it is beginning to approach the western line of Madison County. It'll be coming into Huntersville here a little before 1 o'clock. This one little storm has 150 lightning strikes with it. Severe thunderstorm warnings out till 1. Probably going to be extended to include us here in Jackson. Probably sometime close to 1 o'clock. When this warning expires, we're going to get a new one that will include us here in Jackson. So everyone's phone, nose itching, everyone's phone is going to go off here, and we're going to get in Jackson, and you're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning very likely. So these look like the most intense winds could be coming right into Huntersville, possibly Jackson here around 1:15. So here's a look at that line. You notice the winds were intense in Covington about an hour ago. This is an hour loop, and this storm has held together, tracking to the southeast a little bit, but it's also building straight east. So here's a look at the timing, Jackson. Between 1:05 and 1:10, the storm's going to be showing up. Maybe it could get a little intense around 1:15, eventually to Henderson around 1:30, Adair close to around the top of the hour. If you're watching us in Gibson, Haywood, or Gibson, as well as Carroll County, Obion, Weekly, none of this is doing a whole lot up north. So it's pretty much going to be Madison County, Henderson County southward that's going to be impacted by this. There's a couple lightning strikes up near Three-Way, and just looks like some rain sticking around in our northeastern counties. So won't be too concerned about any of that up to the north. But we've got a line of just nasty storms, torrential rainfall, copious amounts of lightning. There was a little bit of rotation down near 555 a couple of scans ago, but this just looks like gusty winds. So doesn't look like there's any low-level rotation to produce severe weather. Strange that our storms are moving east and to the south a little bit, but this one up north, look at this storm, actually moved to the north. So this one came out of West Tennessee and then got intense, but that one's moving north of us, it looks like, north of Tennessee. Here's our cold front up here to the back. That's going to come by a little bit later, but I think this is going to be our chance for some severe weather. Is going to be right along this cluster, and Futurecast has been hitting at this all evening long, that this storm is going to come through here and just kind of sit. It may be a little behind this one. It doesn't have the worst of it coming in until 3, but I think the worst of it's coming into Jackson around 1, and then we'll just see some weaker thunderstorms overnight. This forecast model was doing a better job with the event, but it's got a very intense line still between 2 and 3 sticking around. So this may end up being a flooding problem if these storms continue to train on top of each other over and over again. We're probably going to have flood advisories, maybe some flash flooding issues as well. So this could be a long couple of hours. We're going to continue to stay with these storms here on WBBJ. Right now we're just on our YouTube channel that you're watching us on, our Facebook Live. But at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock, we're going to do some break-ins on ABC on TV, as well as the storm gets closer to Jackson, as we want to alert as many people as possible to what's on the way. The good news is when this is gone by Thursday afternoon, we've got some really nice weather on the way. The bad news is we got to get through the next few hours first. So let's go back up here to our storm, and then we'll get set to go on live TV coming up here around 1 o'clock. And then we'll be, obviously when we're live on TV, we're also live on our YouTube and Facebook channels as well. So there's our storm as it's approaching Huntersville. It's real close. Again, traveling at 35 miles an hour and 12 miles away from Jackson. So that's pretty soon. So that puts it about 15 minutes out. So about 1:05, 1:10. Again, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning up behind it, and a third one. And again, I believe they've issued some flood advisories. So, all right, let's see, okay, so any of the flooding concerns, they've kept it into Arkansas, and Tipton, Lauderdale counties is dealing with flooding, but not anywhere in Haywood, Crockett, or obviously Madison yet. So again, some pretty gusty winds. Not seeing any rotation with this though, so it doesn't look like there's a tornado threat, but those are some pretty intense winds that appear to be on the way. All right, we're going to be back here in about 10 minutes online and on TV as well at 1 o'clock. Just be prepared, Jackson. This is coming. It's going to be pretty loud, pretty wet soon. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes is right. Before 1 a.m. a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jackson. There's some gusty winds on the way coming on in from the west. We've been tracking the storm on our Facebook Live as well as our YouTube channels, which we'll go back to after we give you a brief update here if you're watching us on ABC tonight. When we're done with our update here, if you want to continue our coverage, we'll be on our Facebook Live or our YouTube channel. Obviously, if this was a tornado warning, we would cover this storm the entire time, but we do want to give you an update. Again, there's a chance for tornadoes, hail, gusty winds tonight with these storms, but gusty winds looks like it's the main hazard. Really not seeing any low-level rotation, and so far we really haven't picked up much for hail. But flooding and winds going to be a problem. Look at these storms all just lining up, just one after the other. Look at the lightning strikes. There is significant lightning with these storms, and they're kind of training on top of each other, which to me means could be in for some flooding for some areas that get hit 2 or 3 times. So just approaching the airport right now. It'll be coming into Jackson probably close to around 1:15. The severe thunderstorm warning is out till 1:30. Does include the chance for some hail and maybe a couple of these northern pockets, but it's going to be some gusty winds, at least 40, 50, maybe even up to 60 could be coming on into Jackson. So we've got a secondary severe thunderstorm warning down here to the south, and then our Madison County warning as well. So inside the storm, that's gusty straight line winds, probably going to gust close again to 60 as they come through in some locations. So this could be the type that could take down some trees, leading to some power outages. So you just kind of need to stick with us here as this line comes on through into the Jackson area. We really haven't had a lot of reports yet of storm damage from this line, which is good, as it did go through Brownsville, Woodland, and Huntersville, so maybe it looks worse on the radar than it actually is, but definitely going to have some strong winds. You notice we put this in the loop. These winds have been going for at least an hour, hour and a half as they came through Brownsville, but the strongest winds right now are coming into Jackson. So here's a look at the timing of when you can expect this to come on in. West Jackson 106, Henderson probably closer to 130. I drew this and then we got a new radar update. So you see how fast it's actually moving, about 35, 40 miles an hour to the east, this line of storms is. Now up here to the north, none of this is a concern. If you're watching us in Gibson County, Haywood County, Obion, Weakley, Henry, none of that up north is going to be an issue. But into Madison County, Henderson County tonight, this storm still has to come in. So you notice kind of right along the county line is where that storm is. The northern section of it is up into Three-Way. Again, not too concerned with any of that up to the north. So, but we've got 3 different severe thunderstorms. You notice, though, they're kind of running like a train, just one right after the other. So there's some boundary right here that is forcing these stronger thunderstorms to go up. There was a little bit of rotation over here into Mississippi we were watching earlier, but again, now it just looks like straight line wind. So I don't think we're looking at any sort of a tornado threat. Some strong storms up here as well into Kentucky, and then here's our cold front itself producing one last line. So we've still got several rounds of showers and thunderstorms on the way tonight. Real quick look at a couple different future casts. They're showing this one I think is a little behind. It's got that ugly line coming through 3 and it's closer to 1 when it's coming through Jackson. So that means maybe by 3, 4 o'clock we're going to wrap things up. Here's another future cast, a brand new one that just came out, and it's still got some pretty intense storms still hanging around from now through 3 a.m. Doesn't have things clearing out until we get to around 5, 6. So we're going to head back up here to the radar. I want to take a closer look at these winds as they are approaching the Jackson area. It looks like we got some pretty intense winds that'll be coming on by. So we're still going to stay on TV here for a few minutes, and obviously again we're on our Facebook Live and YouTube channels when we head back to regular programming off TV. But new radar scan, I know that looks scary with all the greens in there. That's just straight line winds that is coming on in. But the wind line is approaching us right now. It picked up some speed here in Jackson, so probably around 105 going to be coming on in. Checking with the National Weather Service here if we've got any sort of storm damage, and it really hasn't been much for storm reports. So that's good news that I think if this was producing 60, 70 mile an hour winds, that we would be dealing with at least some reports coming in to the National Weather Service. Checking on my meteorologist Joel Barnes Facebook page, our live chat as well, if anyone's reporting much for any damage. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on obviously everybody's reports that are coming on in, just in case there was some storm damage that was showing up. So all right, so there is a look at what we're dealing with the storm. So we're going to head back to regular programming on TV. Obviously, if this becomes a tornado warning, or we get some reports of 60, 70 mile an hour winds, we're going to break it and cover it. But just know it's going to get awful stormy here in Jackson. We'll have another live update on TV coming up here at 1:30. But right now we're going to head to our Facebook Live and our YouTube channel. So if you got your phone, go ahead and go to WBBJ Facebook, or if YouTube's easier for you to just switch it over on your TV. We're going to continue our live coverage of these storms. So we're going to head back to regular programming on television right now. All right, so do you want to pull? All right, Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. Sorry about that. If you're watching us on Facebook Live or on YouTube, we were live on TV covering this because we wanted to let everyone know that's watching ABC about the storm coming into Jackson. Do see a lot of lightning showing up on the distance. The winds are going to start to kick up here over the next 5 to 10 minutes as this storm moves on in. We'll try to get a new one on that. That was showing you Thursday's storm threat. So we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings lining up. This could end up being a major flooding problem for some areas if you get hit with all 3 of these storms that are coming on by. But starting to get awful close to here in Jackson. We're going to start to get a lightning uptick here in the next few minutes as the rain just now beginning to show up into the hub city. We've got a handful of lightning strikes north of 40. Inside this storm, though, it is still producing what we think is some pretty strong winds. It's a little weaker now than it was about 20 minutes ago, which is good, but these are still strong. Probably at least 40 mile an hour winds that I'm seeing inside here, maybe higher. Severe thunderstorm warnings issued when there's a possibility for gusts over 58. So we may have some 60 mile an hour gusts coming on in here to Jackson. So there's a look at the general direction of these winds, which are pretty much moving west to east pretty quickly along this line. So I'm going to go ahead and draw a new track on here. That's a track we had a few minutes ago on TV, so we'll kind of give you an idea if you're downstream still of these winds, which are coming into Jackson currently, heading over into Lexington. So there's a look at the possible winds. I am actually going to step outside real quick and just see what just kind of peek out the window here and see what I see for winds that are coming on down. So I do hear the heavy rain. Yeah, those winds are at least 40 coming on down. I can see them over there. 30 to 40 maybe gusts, just tops that I see outside here at WBBJ. So I'm sure there's probably some stronger gusts that are going to be showing up in there, but you notice Jackson's kind of smack dab right in the middle. Any of this again up north isn't an issue, but there is some lightning very close to Humboldt. So let's see how close that northern section of this storm is coming on in here to just south of Humboldt there into Gibson County. So pretty intense, probably coming into Three-Way, just south of Three-Way. There might be some small hail south of Young's Crossing. So heading into Carroll, see if we can get a couple of these highways to show up. So Old Humboldt Road there, those of you that travel that, you know where that is, 45, probably some pretty strong winds coming into Three-Way. Right now, it kind of just split up into a few different little pockets, which is obviously good than just that one straight line. But I'm also watching our camera here at the trees. They don't look too bad. Look like they're 30, maybe 40 tops on the trees on our downtown webcam as well. National Weather Service, no reports of any storm damage right now, so that's good because those winds do look pretty intense as they're coming on through, at least according to the radar. So camera's shaking around a little bit, usually does that when we get up to about 30 to 40. So I'll go ahead and get a closer look here on the camera down at some of these trees because they're starting to starting to be pushed around pretty good. So I'll go ahead and pull up our downtown cam for you to see that. So here's a look at that. And you notice some of the trees down there at the bottom of the screen, the wind's whipping those around. So so there's a look at some of those winds. Let me see if I can maybe focus in a little bit better on a couple of these. So, all right, yeah, so you see those trees there. They're blowing around pretty good, those trees over by the restaurant. So, again, probably not quite 50 or 60, but at least 30, 40 on those winds that are whipping on in right now. So it's going to be pretty intense here in Jackson over the next 30 minutes or so. We'll stay with this on Facebook Live for a little bit. I'll just kind of sit here at the chair and we'll just go over this. I'll occasionally head back up to the wall and talk about this. But man, that's a lot of rain in several different pockets that are coming on through. We may end up having some flood issues in Haywood County as they've been hit a couple of times, and then you may get this third round, which is just crossing Osceola there in the Mississippi River. So again, pretty intense storms coming through Brownsville, North Jackson, Humboldt. You're going to hear some of this lightning, but I think the heavy rain just stays south of you. If you're watching us in Humboldt, Medina, it's going to be close, but heavy rain coming on down right now in Jackson, and there's about 84 lightning strikes there with that. The severe thunderstorm warning, again, is out until 1:30. That's another 20 minutes. And it said 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. There could be some maybe small hail showing up in some of these darker colors, maybe just southwest of Jackson. We'll see if there's any streets there. Boone Lane, maybe getting in on that hail, maybe Riverside Drive. It's at least very heavy rain that's on top of you guys right now if it isn't some small hail. Looks like there's very heavy rain right on Forest Avenue, which is going to come real close here to Wbbj, which is located right there. So we're getting some pretty heavy rain coming down at Wbbj as well. And then maybe some hail here heading into Carroll, Young's Crossing, up there on North Highland and Ashport. So we just got a brand new radar scan, so maybe some small hail in Carroll. You can let us know in chat if you're in the Carroll area, if that's heavy rain or any hail. So again, so there's what we're dealing with. We've got a few different thunderstorms that are coming on by right now. A lot of wind, not seeing any rotation, anything that looks tornadic, but still some pretty heavy rain in Jackson. It's definitely weaker now, this storm is, than it was about 30 minutes ago, which is good. It's also getting caught up from the second storm, which is tracking to the southeast. So you haven't seen anything too bad yet in Meaden, but I think you're going to get hit with this, as well as Fayette Corners. So what I'm thinking is going to happen is these storms are going to start to drift southward as they do move east, just due to the fact that that cold front's getting a little closer. You notice up to the northwest here, there's another. So it looks like they've got, that's probably a flash flood warning that they got issued for Covington and Ripley. That's that new green box that you see did pop up there. So they've probably gotten 3 inches of rain in the last hour, hour and a half. So it's probably leading to some flash flooding there, but our 2 severe thunderstorm watches. Well, I'll go ahead and peek outside here one more time, just so get a bird's eye view of things out the back. So, so not much left for winds, maybe 20-mile-an-hour winds, but still some pretty heavy rain. But the rain's almost coming straight down now, instead of more sideways as it was about 10 minutes ago when that first round came blowing on through. So looks like we've probably seen the worst of the winds here in Jackson. So if you made it through that, probably pretty good. So the heavy rain's even kind of moving just to the east of the city right now. And I think this second round is probably going to miss us here in Jackson. I think it's going to stay just to the south. It will impact areas, though, into Fayette, Hardeman counties. And then, again, we got that heavy rain extending all the way over to Osceola. But National Weather Service says they're not going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch tonight. They're not expecting this to be continuous for the next several hours, which is good news, I guess. But it's probably going to be pretty intense with some of the rain that's coming on down. You notice, look at the lightning counter, still over 700. That's just in the last 10-15 minutes or so with this cluster of storms, which is continuing to come on through. Again, you notice that middle storm, though, how it's kind of turning now to the south. So that's good. The Jackson storm's looking like it's going due east, right along the interstate over to Wildersville and Lexington. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Haywood, Lauderdale, Tipton counties, and they issued, that was a flash flood warning for Lauderdale, Tipton. Let's see how much rain they said. The National Weather Service saying between 1.5 and 2.5 inches of rain, with an additional ½ inch to an inch. So yeah, 3 plus there in a little over an hour and a half. So go ahead and kind of just do a quick tour here on the radar graphics. So there's a look at our 2 severe thunderstorms that are in our area, and the one that's right over into Jackson. Still some pretty heavy rain, South Jackson. So actually that's right there near East Union. That's some real heavy rain coming down, maybe some small hail heading over into Paul Kaufman Drive, maybe East Chester, Lexington Avenue, maybe in on that. And then a couple pockets of some very heavy rain showing up. Let's see where those are. Just north of I-40, Watson Road. Could be picking up some hail or some very heavy rain, as well as Old Medina, Clement Drive, maybe Baker's Chapel, Smith, Chamberlain Road, maybe some small hail there with you guys. So definitely very heavy rain tonight, and at least probably 40-mile-an-hour winds with that severe thunderstorm warning. And if you have any reports of any damage or any winds that you think were higher than that, or you got some videos or images or something, obviously I'd love to see them, and I'll try to share them with everybody. I got a lot that I'm doing, though, by myself with these storms, and then the with getting everything updated online or whatnot, but that's what we like to do. There's a look at those winds. Again, a lot of those pinks, at least 40, I think, coming on through. Those are eventually coming into Luray. Lexington, you're probably going to start to see this showing up a little after 1:30, maybe close to 1:40 if it continues to hold together. Not seeing a whole lot of winds with that middle storm. A little bit there west of Brownsville. So let's go ahead and put a new tracker on that wind line, which we can see. So there's a look at some of the communities that may be impacted by this if it holds together, including Jacks Creek, Middle Fork, Crucifer. Again, none of this stuff up north is anything to be concerned about. It is pretty close, though, to Humboldt. You're picking up some of this heavy rain's kind of right on the edge of Humboldt. You notice it's almost building up to the north a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that for the people watching us in Humboldt, southern Gibson County. No reason to keep that image in anymore, or that one. So up north here we had an interesting little, there's another severe thunderstorm developing behind it, and a couple up north here as well. So there's a look at those, but those are going to stay just north of us, I think. So we can get rid of a couple more of these graphics. All right, and then so again, we'll keep an eye on this new one as well. So I mean, a bunch of these just may continue to come on in tonight. So we may be dealing with this for a while tonight. Let me get rid of that severe outlook because it's no longer valid since it's past 1 o'clock. All right, let's go back up here to the Jackson cam. You can still see the trees kind of blowing around a little bit. So we got some gusty winds on the trees, but earlier they were kind of shaking and baking. So looks like we've seen the worst of it here in Jackson, but at least for now. So closer look again, there's our severe thunderstorm. It is now moving east of the hub city, but there's still plenty of lightning right now in Jackson and still some pretty heavy rain. Secondary storm, the northern section of it will impact Jackson, but it's probably going to be worse when you're starting to get, this one's more of a Meade and Henderson issue, I think. Henderson probably about 145, 150 will be knocking on the door for you. Got a little tail there. We'll watch it, but these storms really haven't had any low-level rotation in them tonight. So I think the tornado threat's very low. It's not zero, but very low. So there's the heavy rain now moving east of Jackson, the lightning up near Three-Way. Got a lot of lightning still in Brownsville. Second time we've been hit in Brownsville with one of these storms. But still, yeah, these are gusty winds. When you start getting pinks this bright, you're looking at least 40, maybe even a couple of areas dealing with some higher gusts. Luray, it's knocking on the door for you. Lexington, again, probably about 135. And then still not seeing a lot of winds with this second severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they're giving an update on it. Maybe they're going to trim out a couple of counties. So we'll see what they do with that. There's the latest timing. Lexington, again, close to 145. Middle Fork, 135. Again, up north, just a few isolated weak showers. And Humboldt is very close. The rain's trying to build up into southern Gibson County. You notice there's some heavier stuff sitting down into Three-Way. That's where the lightning strikes are. And then we've still got some activity over here into Covington, crossing the river. So this all still has to come in tonight. So as this slides in, it's still going to impact areas. We haven't seen much in Hardeman County yet, Chester County, McNairy County, Hardin County, but eventually this is going to be coming your way. So if you're watching us in those counties and saying, yeah, we missed it, probably not. I think this big cluster of thunderstorms is going to drop southward. See that? That's called an outflow boundary. You see showing up on the radar. What that is, that's winds being pushed away from a thunderstorm. Sometimes those thunderstorms, all the rain that pounds the ground, it comes down and then it spreads out, pushes the winds out. That's an outflow. That's not rain. That's probably bugs, dust, and debris that's been pushed up from the ground from that outflow boundary. Again, we got some thunderstorms up to the north. None of those are a problem. We got an additional severe thunderstorm into Arkansas, so we still got a lot of activity that we're going to deal with tonight as it comes on through. So there's our line of storms extending from Jackson down to the south. I don't like that future cast. This one's doing a little bit better, but it's still keeping some pretty intense stuff around 2, 3 o'clock and then tapering off around 4:35. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to get a drink of water. We'll be back here. Let's see, what time is it? It is 1:20. We'll be back here. How about at 1:40? We'll give you another update online on our YouTube as well as Facebook at 1:40. We'll talk about doing another TV live break-in, but right now with that storm looks like it's weakening, so we may not be breaking into ABC. But we will be back at 1:40 though, at least online, and or at 1:40. Yeah, 1:40. We'll be back online on our YouTube and our Facebook. So just keep it here on WBBJ throughout the night. We're watching things, folks. Oh, it's not loading up. See if it does. It loaded on the other system. All right, I guess we don't have it. That's weird. It was popping up on 2. All right, we'll start with Jackson. Well, it's a little before 1:40. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. Things have really calmed down in Jackson, but they are intensifying in Lexington right now. That rain, shower, and thunderstorm did drop us down to 70 degrees. We still got an intense line of storms, though, extending from Lexington all the way over through Covington. And there's a couple of storms we're watching up north, which are trying to maybe move on in to impact places like Dyer and Gibson County now, too. So here's what we have. We've got this line of thunderstorms pushing on through, heading into Lexington's our most intense storm right now. A handful of lightning strikes. Your severe thunderstorm warnings out until 2:30. There could be some small hail showing up here west of Timberlake. Looks like that's just right along 104 north, north of Lexington. Looks like we've got some pretty intense winds showing up here. So a little bit of rotation, but not the type to produce a tornado. But those look like some pretty intense winds coming into Lexington, probably 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. So if you're getting hit with some strong winds right now in Lexington, we can see it there on the radar. But again, not really typical rotation, low level for what we'd expect to see for a tornado. But those are the same winds that did come through Jackson. So we just had about 40-mile-an-hour winds in Jackson. Looks very similar to what's coming into Lexington. So you're getting what we just had here come through about 30 minutes ago. Not a severe thunderstorm warning anymore with this southern line, which is heading into Hardeman County, Whiteville, Tune, Silerton, but there is a lot of lightning still associated with this, heading into Meaden, Roy, Parkburg. It's on the way for you. Now, there is another severe thunderstorm warning again for Covington, their third one, as this storm is producing up to 60-mile-an-hour winds according to the National Weather Service, and there's more behind it still tonight. So we've still got more rounds of thunderstorms, and here's even our cold front sitting up here in St. Louis. I think that's our last chance for storms. That could be into the early morning hours. So we've got thunderstorms here into Kentucky. We've got our own line here, but you notice there's some back building now up to the north, which is not good for, I think some of our northern counties may get hit with that one as it comes on through. So we're gonna have to watch that closely for another round of potential severe. And there it is. The Futurecast is showing that second push coming on in from that thunderstorm could impact Gibson County, Dyer County, Crockett County as it comes on through. And some of these storms may linger still till 4 or 5 in the morning before they clear on out. This Futurecast also showing that additional development coming back south again down through Jackson, Brownsville around 3 a.m. So we could have another potential round of storms and then still clearing out around 4 or 5. So I'm gonna head back to the radar here. I'll show you what I'm looking at now. If you're, as the first round missed the people in Dyer, Gibson, Carroll County, we thought everything may start to stay south of you just due to what was going on. We'll get to that other one. I do wanna look more thunder here in Jackson. I do wanna look at the, and I can tell there's heavy rain coming down again. So there's that area of rotation, but again, it just looks very straight line windy. It's coming through Lexington. So I think you're fine. You're not going to have a tornado, but maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds. Now we've got this one too. These are pretty intense winds over here with this northern storm. Now, so we'll go ahead and go back to zoom things out here. So we'll put this in motion for that Jonesboro storm. And it's moving pretty due east, so there's a chance that northern one that you see there north of Jonesboro, the first storm started right around and south of Jonesboro. So this one, let's see how far away it is from, let's say, Dyersburg. That's about an hour and a half out. So it's close to 3 coming into Dyersburg. And if it continues, maybe close to 4 coming into maybe Humboldt and Milan there. So if it tracks southward, Jackson, you're still looking at 4 o'clock probably for you. So again, we've still got some on the way. And then there's this one. Let's go ahead and turn on the lightning here. This one just developing as well non-severe stuff, but this is all new. So let's go ahead and put a 30-minute loop on that. So that just kind of upticked. So it looks like you got a thunderstorm maybe coming on into Dyer County. Non-severe right now. So, but there's a look at that one. That one's got a decent shot of impacting more of Gibson County. Notice that rain has built back now into Jackson. It was going south. See, once we thought it was going to, most of it go south, but push right back in again. So we've got heavy rain continuing in Jackson. Hear the lightning coming on down, extending down to Meaden, but that's not a severe thunderstorm. This one, though, still pretty intense. Those look like some maybe small hail pockets in and around Warren's Bluff. Alberton, maybe some small hail. We're kind of in between two radars there. That's what you're seeing, switching back and forth. It's two different radars' view of the storm. Well, so the Memphis radar showing some pretty gusty winds in Lexington. When we're going over to Memphis or Nashville's radar, it's not showing as much. So again, it's a little bit far away, but some gusty winds in Lexington. I'm going to check here with the National Weather Service. Trimming Madison out of the severe. So Henderson, Benton, Decatur now is left on that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, reading the National Weather, oh goodness, I just seen that one right on the camera. I wish I had our Jackson cam pulled up for that. Whole camera lit up, so a big lightning strike came down. Wow. Too bad, sorry I didn't have that one up for you guys to see. I saw it, I'm looking here at the camera. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the lightning counter, see how close that was to, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the cam just in case we get another one like that. That was something. It almost hit like, it looked like close to our tower. I can see our tower flashing up there next to the N on downtown. That's right where that lightning strike came down. So that was pretty crazy. All right, I'm gonna pull up our radar with the lightning because it's very accurate where it shows those lightning strikes going up. So let's get right in here, waiting for it to. So there it is. There's the lightning strike that came down. So, and there's our work. See that? That's Muse Street, Television Drive right there. And then see where that lightning strike is? I told you it was close. So as soon as I saw it on the camera, we heard the thunder. So yeah, real close. Pretty much right where the Chipwood Drive, right there. So you're Campbell Street. So yeah, that's right where Muse Park is. So pretty spooky. So again, just a lot of heavy rain coming down Madison County. Got our the worst of it's come through Lexington now, and then we've got this storm here. So we still do have a couple of severe thunderstorms. They really put this one out a long time. This one they put out till 2:30. That seemed to be pushing it. I was thinking maybe 2:15. This one's out till 2. So we'll continue to see what the National Weather Service does. We may end up dealing with some flooding concerns if we keep getting hit with these training storms. So we'll put one more loop here. So this is what we're looking at. We're going to have another update here online around 2:15. It's 1:48 right now. Meteorologist Brian Davis is going to be joining me here in a little bit, here pretty soon, and as he's going to be doing the morning show. I'm actually going on vacation. My vacation was supposed to start at 10:30, but you know me, there's storms. We're sticking around covering them. So I'm going to be gone for a few days. Have some house sitters at the house and people taking care of the dogs and the horses, so don't worry about us. We'll be doing some updates online with where my family's going and stuff and the fun we're doing. The good news is when this storm is over, I planned this vacation 6 months ago, and the vacation just happens to start when our dry spell starts. So we've got about 6, 7 mostly dry, nice days on the way after we get through tonight's storms, and that's when I'm going to be out of town. So somehow I planned it perfectly, and somehow that the first nice weekend we've had all summer is when I'm leaving to be out of town. I would like to be here for that weekend, maybe get the boat out on the Tennessee River. I'm going to give you a quick look here at the downtown cam before we go. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch another lightning strike like the one I saw that hit real close to the studio. Didn't get a power flash, which was good. So I'm still watching this. A lot of lightning still showing up on our downtown camera. So we do have a another radar that we have kind of pulled up here. That let me see if I can get the Jackson camera up on that. So we'll have live radar running here over the next 20 minutes or so. We'll see when Brian gets in. But either myself or Brian, we'll got another live hit, probably be me, coming up around 2:15. So we'll be back and try to get some sleep. These are loud storms tonight. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. Just a quick update around 2:15. Meteorologist Brian Davis is in. If you were watching him online on his own weather feed, he was covering the storms earlier today. Don't know when the man sleeps, especially taking care of the kids that he's got at his house, but we're very lucky to have him here. He'll be in for the remainder of the morning. Our severe weather threat's beginning to weaken, but these are still very loud thunderstorms tonight. Still a lot of lightning in and around Jackson. So here's what's left. There is a severe thunderstorm warning east of Parsons, and we've got another one. This one has me concerned tonight. This is our strongest storm. Look at that one over near Jonesboro. That's still got to come in tonight. That may get us tonight in Dyer County, Crockett, Gibson, where we really haven't seen much yet. That's about an hour out, so we're going to watch that one. It's slowly drifting south. It's definitely going to clip Jackson sometime, probably close to around 3:30. So we're not done with the storms yet in Jackson. But let's take a quick radar tour. We've got this line pushing down to the south. This may end up being a big flood problem because some areas are going to get 2-3 inches of rain in a short period. So maybe some flash flooding overnight. So hopefully you're in for the night. That thunderstorm that came through Lexington passed through Parsons, and now it's dropped down to Decaturville. Very heavy rain. Decaturville down to Scotts Hill, but we're probably only looking at 30-40 mile an hour winds tops. So right now we haven't seen much for gusty winds with these storms that are currently in West Tennessee. Here's a look at some of those winds. Some of the strongest winds now pushing down through Henderson, Silerton, Morris Chapel, Selmer. It's knocking on the edge for you. Savannah, you're probably about 2:30 when you're going to start to hear the winds kicking up with that little thunderstorm heading your way. So we've got a lot of lightning on the way. Fenger, Henderson's going to be pretty loud over the next 20 minutes. You got a lot of lightning on the way. That could be some small hail just to the east of Fenger, just to the south of 100. If any hail tonight, it's likely to be small, maybe dime size at biggest. So we've got some thunderstorms extending over to Covington, but you notice this whole line is dropping southward as that cold front gets a little closer. It's pushing it away, but there's still a ton of lightning tonight south of Covington, where we got the flash flood warning out, where they've picked up 3 to 4 rounds of rain already. So we've got this line dropping southward. Up north here, we've got a little bit of a weak storm near New Bern, north of Dyersburg. But again, this is the one we're going to need to watch right here. Look at the lightning strikes. Just with this one storm, 300 to 400 lightning strikes in the last 10-15 minutes. This is our strongest storm. Matter of fact, 431. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It's heading for the river. It'll be moving into West Tennessee here around 2:30, impacting places in Gibson County between 3:30, then south down into Madison County. So we're not done yet. We still got this big one to come in tonight, and pretty much all the future casts are on it. Here's the cold front, so it's still got to drop southward. It's still forcing thunderstorms to go up tonight. But again, 2 severes, but this one's going to be severe warned as it comes into West Tennessee. So it may come through Humboldt down through Jackson. So you're not done yet with the storm threat. I'm going to show you 2 different future casts. This one keeps it a little bit further north, Dyersburg, Trenton, Alamo, then dropping into Jackson around 3:30. Heavy rain continues till 5 o'clock. It's going to be a busy morning for Brian. So keep it here on WBBJ in the morning. We got the morning news, but he'll be doing updates online all morning long. So this one's got at 2:33 again. This one's got a little bit further south. This is the HRRR thunderstorm forecast model. And it's got the heavy stuff moving out by 4:30, 5 o'clock. So we still have another 2-3 hours of dealing with these pretty intense thunderstorms that are going to come on through tonight. The good news is tomorrow into the afternoon, skies clear on out, and we are good Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll go ahead and take one more quick radar tour. I'm going to sit down here at the desk. So we'll go ahead and pull that up here. Watching the camera in Jackson, the lightning tick has really come down, which is good, but still some thunderstorms on the way. So the first push is now south of Jackson, but we'll put that in a 1-hour loop for you, and you'll see that it is tracking quickly down to the southeast. So you're about to get it in Selmer, Savannah here, probably about 15-20 minutes, Morris Chapel about 5 minutes out, Hickory Valley, Middleton. So that's the first one. That's got about 300 lightning strikes with that whole storm line from Millington all the way over to Scotts Hill. Now the second one coming on in here is stronger, more intense. Look at all that lightning inside of it. The National Weather Service wording on this severe thunderstorm is a severe thunderstorm warning for moving 45 miles an hour to the east, 60 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail. So I'm going to change my little gauge here to 45 miles an hour on that. So we'll track that as it comes on in. Give me a second to change it. from 35 to 45 miles an hour, because the storms earlier were moving 35. So here's this. As it comes on in. Jackson around 3:45 in the morning. Humboldt around 3:30. That's when, if that storm holds together, that's when it's going to be coming on in. A little earlier to Dyersburg, Nutbush around 3. Brownsville around 3:20. So this one has more lightning than the one that came by earlier. So I'm not really seeing a whole lot of hail inside this storm. We'll take a closer look at it. Let me just pull up the Memphis radar only. So there's that storm. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Not really seeing much for hail. Let's check out the winds. But there's some pretty intense winds. See that? Those winds heading into Big Lake. Those are straight line winds. Could be as high as 60 heading into Big Lake, Burdette. So kind of going to draw a little arrow here. And we'll see if we can catch the winds on this. So probably coming this way. So that probably coming into Ripley, maybe. I mean, it could be as far north as Humboldt, could come this way. But that's where those next line of gusty winds is coming on in. So it's going to come right into Lauderdale County, probably maybe southern Dyer County, but Crockett, northern Haywood, northern Madison, southern Gibson, you're going to be dealing with this. But there's 800 lightning strikes just with that zoomed out image. So we got some loud storms tonight. Go ahead and put this one in loop. So that's definitely a pretty intense storm. So let's hope this one weakens as it comes through here into West Tennessee. All right, I'm going to hand things over to meteorologist Brian Davis, who will have his next live report coming up here at 2:45. Maybe a couple minutes after that. It's going to take him a little bit to get into the system. But if things get bad, I'll turn around and come back. But I think Brian's got only about 25 years experience, so I think he's got this tonight and into tomorrow morning. So again, I'm going to be gone on vacation for a few days. Meteorologist Brian Davis, Jordan Hubbard will be taking over things in the Weather Center. But after tonight, you're not going to need a meteorologist for a few days. You're going to need some sunblock and some water if you're going to be outside. All right, we'll see you here in a little bit. Everybody, have a great week.
Welcome in, everyone, on a stormy morning. And look at this. We've got all of the storm activity in our southern counties right now. Hardin, Hardeman, McNairy, Chester County. Back over, you've got right here from Covington to Bolivar. Very active with a lot of lightning going on. And there's some pockets of high winds in some of this as well. But continue to, use a caution. And some of the worst lightning that I have seen in years as I made my way into the studio. I saw a couple of areas lose power, even saw some sparks flying. So the lightning is very dangerous in this activity here. You can see we've had about 385 lightning strikes just in what we're looking at. Just in this scene, we've had over 107 lightning strikes. Morris Chapel, Adamsville, north parts of Savannah, a lot of lightning going on there. This is not the kind of stuff you want to be driving in. I can attest to that. It is very challenging. And as I made my way in, a lot of tree limbs on the road. So, I mean, you'll come up on them, you have to swerve and, and try to dodge those limbs. Some of them just big enough they could tear a car tire up or something. But Bethel Springs over to Selmer, right along Highway 64, torrentially heavy rain and some pockets of 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Right in here, though, this has been an area of concern. I think Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes was mentioning this too. Look at those winds. Now, I was sampling those anywhere as high as up to 60 mile per hour winds that have been showing up. Sardis over to near Scotts Hill, now just making it into Satilla, and then we've got Enville back over to Morris Chapel, 40, maybe 50 mile per hour winds showing up in this activity. So be careful here in Adamsville and Savannah. That is going to be very nearby as it continues off to the east and southeast. Looks like about 40 to 50 possible in around the Whiteville, Hillville areas. Got a pocket of some higher winds here. Could be in and around 50 mile per hour winds going on here north parts of Meaden, south parts of Jackson, in and around the Bemis area. And then we've got another pocket of wind right along I-40 here, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. And again, just numerous amounts of lightning, and we've got lots of positive lightning strikes. That's the big, bright strikes that kind of light the sky up. I mean, at times I didn't even feel like I needed the headlights at times. But again, some very tough lightning going on right in here around Morris Chapel. If you're in Stantonville, Selmer, or Savannah, looking just north there, that's why your window is strobing with lots of light in it right now, kind of as this lightning continues. Another area here too that's been of concern, kind of keeping a close watch here along 40, just along south of Mason, as we've got some stronger storm activity showing up here, and just kind of keeping a watch. Look at all that lightning, kind of 60 lightning strikes here just in the last 15 minutes or so, right there just within that. And then also this severe storm that's been coming into west portions of Lauderdale County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 3 a.m., but the winds on this have been really bad looking. Could be well into 60 mile per hour winds that we're seeing. So what I've done, I've gone ahead and put a storm track on this showing its 45 mile per hour movement off to the east-southeast, and it does look like Alamo is going to be in on this too if it holds together, and so far it is. But there's your estimated times of arrival. We've got Osceola 2:53, AM Driver at 2:59, AM Butler at 3:04, Ripley at 3:12, Cherry at 3:14, and then you've got AM Bride there at 3:20, Henning at 3:23, Nutbush by around 3:28, and again Alamo by around 3:36 as this is moving along east, slightly to the southeast, at about 45 miles per hour, moving right smacking into western portions of Lauderdale County. Just watch out, it'll be a little further east here just in the next little while. I mean, it's rolling along about 45 miles per hour. So in the immediate path of this storm, and I went ahead and tracked it too a little further north because this is all looking threatening right here too, even though technically it's not in the severe thunderstorm warned area. But be careful here in Dyersburg, even in New Bern, as this little bow echo continues to make its way in your direction. It'll be arriving in Dyersburg here in about 30 minutes or so as it continues along at 45 miles per hour. Ripley, you can see where you are in relation to that storm, also in a flash flood warning. Halls, you're just right on the eastern fringes of this really active storm that's going to be coming through there. It looks like it's about 15-20 minutes to the west of you right now. Of course, Big Lake, Blytheville, right out here just west of the Mississippi, very active right through here, and watching this area as it will be making its way south parts of Osceola. Look at the winds though, and they've calmed down just slightly, but just like about 15 minutes ago, 60, 70 mile per hour winds were showing up near Big Lake. So thankfully those winds have died down somewhat. I don't want to make light of this, but we're not seeing those 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. It's more like, it looks like about 40 to maybe 50, 60 miles an hour at the worst. So it's crossing over the Mississippi River. It looks like they're going to go ahead and continue that severe thunderstorm warning downstream. So watch out here in Ashport, Henning, and Ripley. That's where we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning extended a little bit further to the east here. I'm going to back this up just a moment. You can see that polygon goes all the way out here to near Halls, Ripley, Covington, Ashport, Gilt Edge, Golden Lake, all included. And there is a little area of could be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right here just south of Osceola, and it's going to continue to make its way towards the Gilt Edge and Covington areas. But any of this activity could produce winds over 57 miles per hour at any time. This is still a very windy storm, as winds anywhere in this could easily be at, even in the lower areas that we're seeing, could be 50 miles an hour, but definitely right here to the south of Osceola, a little pocket of high winds going on there. You can see the lightning is just atrocious in it. We've got 467 lightning strikes just in this activity alone as it continues to make its way into Lauderdale and West Tipton, Lauderdale counties here in West Tennessee. So we'll keep a close watch on that. Some additional storms to the north right now, but let's go back here just a moment. We're going to take a good look at this one more time, and I also want to get you the latest on that warning too. But again, this is the strongest storm, the most dangerous storm that I see that's coming across into western portions of Lauderdale County. And again, you just see the numerous amounts of lightning. Dyersburg kind of closing in on you guys. The worst part of that storm looks to be about 10 to 15 miles to the west of you right now, about 10 to 15 minutes away or so. And then Halls starting to get some lightning there. Ripley, it's basically on the doorstep right now too. Let's see, we'll go back and take a look at the estimated time of arrival. So as this kind of continues off to the east, southeast, you can see Lauderdale County. We've got AM Driver at 2:59 as this continues to push to the east, southeast at 45 miles per hour. So AM Driver 2:59 this morning, 3:04 it'll arrive in AM Butler, and then by 3:12 be watching out here in Ripley. Just make sure, if you're in that outside room, that outside bedroom, you might want to find a room that's closer to the interior, away from windows, that's more in the central portion of the home. And if you've got a smaller room, that's going to be safer, with less ceiling overhead. So just kind of think about that too. Is this storm not tornadic, but it has certainly been containing some very threatening winds within it as well. It looks like, at least since it was in Arkansas, it has weakened a little bit. That's not saying a whole lot. We're not seeing those 70, even potentially 80 mile per hour winds like we were. It's more like 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, but this thing could get a second breath, and you don't want to be out in front of it when it does so. All right, I'm going to take one more look here. We're going to kind of pan out, look at the bigger picture, but again, just use caution in those areas. As let's see, let's take a look at the latest on this severe thunderstorm warning, and I'm going to get the latest details on it. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll pan back here just a little bit too. I'm going to have to do that to be able to pull that up because this is a big polygon. And in fact, let me get back on here and point some of these areas out. So this is the most dangerous storm that I see right now. Ripley, Covington, Atoka, right here, western portions of Tipton and Lauderdale County, you're under the gun. This is the severe thunderstorm warning box that has been expanded way out just due to the size of this storm as it's kind of spreading out a little bit as it moves in to Lauderdale County and Tipton County, Dyer County now, seeing that southwestern portions just west of Dyersburg. Again, you're just out of the official severe thunderstorm warning, but again, that looks threatening there too. Anywhere along that line where we got the potential for those damaging winds. Golden Lake, you can see it looks like we may have just a little bit of broad rotation going on there, but again, the most danger in this right now is just the overall high winds that we're seeing in it, and that lightning, which is it's just very much a lot of lightning going on. So I know some of you are waking up in the thunder this morning as it continues on throughout the area. All right, I'm going to pan back here and just give a broad view so we can see where the storms are throughout the area. Again, just use caution near the Tennessee River here from Savannah, Selmer, back through the Salisbury area. We got this wave of storms. That's going to be our main wave right now. And then we've got some pockets of storms right here near the Bolivar area, some large amounts of lightning going on. But it's this one that so far has really stood out that could be some of our most trouble as it continues to move off to the east, southeast at 45. It's likely going to get over here along I-40, and yes, Jackson, it looks like we'll probably be dealing with this too, as well as places like Brownsville, back over to even as far north here as Milan, Medina, and looks like a lot of this will be just south of the Tiptonville and the Martin areas. All right, we're watching for any additional warnings. We'll jump in as needed, and this has been a weather update. We'll see you back in about 30 minutes, provided nothing else is happening with another update. Take care. And a very good morning, everyone. A loud morning for many of us. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be in effect for Fayette, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton counties until 4:15. Once again, that first little part of the storm kind of spread out and it weakened a little bit, and we've got yet another major area that's crossing the Mississippi River. It's like this storm doesn't want to give up, but we've had over 580 lightning strikes with this as well. You can see that storm, the worst part of it, pushing over the Mississippi River, and you'll see here in just a moment on the winds that we're seeing another batch of that possibly 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Once again, that's going to be moving into the Lauderdale County area, but general direction is slightly southeast, but along to the east there at around 45 miles per hour. And again, here's a track estimated time of arrival for some of the worst part of this severe storm activity. You can see additional lightning and storm activity out here, even in front of the polygon, but I've kind of drawn this more off of the where I'm seeing the high winds here. But it'll be in the Ripley area about 333, Nutbush by around 337, Richardson's by around 339, Covington by 342, and then looks like Cotton Lake by 349, Brownsville, we had mentioned that in the last update, did it be headed that way, 351, AM Bales by around 401. So again, this is the worst part of this storm that'll be moving through. I know it's loud out there already. And then you've got, let's see, Tabernacle by 407, Huntersville by 411, Windy City by 415, and Westover by around 420. And again, here's the severe thunderstorm that we're looking at. And then also additional strong storms continue to march along through Chester, Hardin, McNairy counties, right through here. Looks to be some strong storms, especially right in here around Counts. We'll be watching that closely. Savannah, pretty mean storm that continues to roll through your area right now, but the winds are below severe criteria, so we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. But nevertheless, that lightning, the winds up to around 40 miles per hour, that can be very dangerous. In and around the Bolivar area, Hickory Corners, look at all the lightning concentrated right in here. But again, this is below severe criteria. We're just kind of monitoring the winds and a lot of this activity too, just to, to make sure it doesn't ramp up like this storm. Look at that. Possibly 60, 70 mile per hour winds showing up not too far from the radar site. So this is a serious storm right here near Osceola, crossing over. It's going to be into the Lauderdale and Tipton County areas here just in the next few minutes. It'll be near the Gilt Edge area. Watch out Covington, Ashport, Ripley, because this whole area of winds, but you've got that little area right there that's going to be coming in near Gilt Edge, West Lauderdale here in about 10 minutes, where we got those winds that could be exceeding well over 60 miles per hour. We've got additional pockets of high winds showing up here, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. And remember, for a severe thunderstorm warning officially, we need 57 mile per hour or greater. And right now it's looking about 40 to 50, which even then in and around the Toon area, we could have at least some small trees or some tree limbs down, power outages, that kind of thing. And I noticed a couple of areas without power as I made my way in, and that's going to be common because of the numerous amounts of lightning. Again, this is further away from the radar site here, but in and around the Henderson County area, Lexington, Scotts Hill, Parsons, showing some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds possible in what we can see there just further to the east. But again, the only severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to go until 4:15. They just re-extended the polygon. They took the old one away, kind of narrowed this in a little bit as this storm is getting its act together, and it has started ramping up, getting kind of a second breath, and it's got those high winds going on as well. You can see we've had nearly 1,000 lightning strikes here just over the area we're looking at. Very impressive. I have not seen lightning like this in a while. Just it looked like a strobe scene coming in, all that just lighting up the sky. At times it looked like daylight. Sparks flying, I mean, you name it. It's not something you want to be in out there this morning. But again, this is our dangerous storm. It is a life-threatening storm. It can cause damage to property. You want to be on the interior portion of your home, smaller room with as many walls between you and the outside. Covington, Lauderdale County, Tipton County here, and this could brush through northeast portions of Shelby County as well. So we'll just watch out there. And if it continues, it could make it into the Madison County areas here in just the next 45 minutes or so. So we'll be watching it closely, but right now, again, that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:15. You can see, looking back beyond this, we've got better conditions, but again, we've got this train of thunderstorms we're going to be dealing with through about 7 to 8 a.m., and we're going to have to get this out of here before we start to see some relief from some of this heavy rainfall, which will have the greatest threat for flooding, where we have had the flash flood warnings going out at times throughout parts of the I-40 corridor this morning. But again, caution, caution here near the Covington area. That's where we've been indicating those winds just out to the west near Osceola at as high as around 60 to 70 miles per hour, crossing over right now the Mississippi River. Watch out here, southwestern portions of Lauderdale County, Tipton County included there as well. Again, other pockets of high winds, Meaden over to Henderson. We've got this little area that's looking like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, and this is not too far from the radar side either, so we got to be careful in these areas too. And just remember, if you're heading off to work later this morning, I know I had to dodge a lot of tree limbs in the road coming in my 15-mile stretch there, so there's likely going to be some debris, some tree, at least some small limbs down, could be some large limbs, could even be some trees down and throughout that little area right there. Again, you'll see this kind of ramp up. It kind of has come back down just a tad from the last radar scan, but wow, we'll get these little pockets of upwards of about 70 miles per hour showing up in some of this, but still we're looking at easily 60 mile per hour winds continuing into the Gilt Edge area, approaching the Covington area. Atoka will be included there too. Some pretty high winds, 50 mile an hour or so, could ramp up to about 60. Ashport, just use caution in this area. Treat this storm with great respect because it has had a history of some very high winds. Again, just a lot of strong storm activity out here, Hickory Valley, Bolivar, Selmer, back through the Mickey area, Counts area. That's looking a little more intense there. So if we were to get a severe thunderstorm warning, it would be right in through Hardin County here. So we'll keep an eye. That's a pretty strong storm going on there with that storm. All right, let's take another look here. Here's your estimated time of arrival. The worst parts of this storm continuing off to the east-southeast, about 45 miles per hour. So just kind of getting you up to date on that. Do what you're supposed to do. You'll be okay. Be in that centermost portion of your home. If your room is on the outside wall, kind of on the outer part of the home, get to more of an interior room. Let this storm get by because even though it's not tornadic, it has had some really high wind showing up in it. And again, that's Tipton, Lauderdale County under the gun right now. Fayette, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton officially in that severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15. All right, we're watching closely throughout the morning. We'll have a Good Morning West Tennessee coming up here at 5 a.m. and we'll have the latest weather forecast as well. Stay with us. We'll be back as needed. And good morning. Early this morning, we're watching thunderstorm. It's still in effect until 4:15. It has been indicating at times higher winds. It's been showing between about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here over western portions of Lauderdale and even into up here in southwestern portions of Dyer County. A little bit more active there too, but mainly across the West Tipton and western portions of Lauderdale County. That's where it's been the most active. Tremendous amounts of lightning. It seems as though the strongest part of this storm, it'll get over into the county here and then kind of spread out, and it'll kind of weaken as it goes to the east. We've had that happen once so far, but we've got this strong area back here west of Covington that we still have to deal with, and we've had over 700 lightning strikes just out of the activity we're looking at right now. Again, severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for Fayette, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton until 4:15. Use caution with this storm. It does have some high winds in it, tremendous amounts of lightning, and some torrentially heavy rainfall going on. If there is any good news, I'm not seeing the large hail that I was seeing in some of the storms earlier tonight. Quick look at estimated times of arrival here. So like Bales by around 4:01, Tabernacle by 4:07, Huntersville by 4:11, Windy City by 4:15, and Westover by 4:20 as this continues on to the east right now. But it seems like the worst part of that wants to hang on right there over the Mississippi River, and we're just going to have to keep watching it closely till it decides to do otherwise and calms down a little bit. Strong storms going on now from around Brownsville back over to Selmer, Henderson, and back into the Counts and the Savannah area. Again, winds in this activity has been only about as high as about 40. It's still pretty serious. You've got the lightning that's very dangerous with this as well, and the very heavy rains. It's definitely not something you want to have to drive in this morning, but a lot of this will be out of here by around 7:30, 8 a.m. as it looks now. A strong storm right here near the Fayette Corners area, so quite active there in the Haywood County area. Watch out there in Crockett County. Some of this storm is going to kind of brush through the south part of the county here over about the next 30 minutes, but just a lot of storm activity going on. But again, the worst part that we've been looking at, and it has weakened a little bit over the last 30 minutes or so, but that continues to be here in western portions of Lauderdale County. That seems to be the worst areas that I see right now. Otherwise, we do have some pockets of gusty winds going on, about 30 to 40. This will be in and around Henderson, Finger, back over just north of Bethel Springs. A little bit of wind here going on, about 30 mile per hour, showing up there near Hornsby. So these storms may not be severe, but they do have some gusty winds in them in these locations. And right up through the Scotts Hill, Parsons area, this is a little bit further away, but we're showing 30, 40 mile per hour winds going on throughout that area. So this has been an ongoing thing. The flood threat, especially along the I-40 corridor, is going to continue to increase, especially in those areas that typically do flood, the low-lying areas. So that's going to be something to keep in mind too. But again, right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning we've got is what we're looking at here, and that's for the Lauderdale County, Haywood, Fayette County, or the Tipton County areas right now. We'll keep a close eye on that right now as it continues to slowly move towards the western portions of Haywood County, Brownsville. You're likely going to be under the gun from some of the severe parts of this storm as it continues to make its way your direction here over about the next 30 minutes or so. But again, looking at the bigger picture, so we've got these storms training along right out here over the Mississippi River, but back further behind, we don't have too much activity going on. So as this continues to get on the move, let's take a look at First Alert Futurecast. Those waves of storms will continue right on through 4 to 5 a.m. Here we are in the 7 a.m. time. It looks like the Tennessee River, again, it's already active, but we'll have to watch this area of storms as it moves through 6 to 7 a.m. right through about 8 a.m. The good news, though, look at this. Once we get beyond about 8 o'clock, we're back to some sunshine, just some partly cloudy skies, becoming mostly sunny into the afternoon. Rain chances will be very low throughout the rest of today. And then tomorrow, the first day of summer, is going to be cranking up. It's going to get hot, around 91 degrees, and we're going to approach the mid-90s over the weekend. All right, we're continuing to watch this very closely into the morning. Just use common sense caution out there. If you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, just, be in a safer part of your home, and we'll let this get by. All right, we'll be back in with more updates coming up throughout the morning. This has been meteorologist Brian Davis. Well, we're rolling towards the 5 o'clock hour. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton County. This is going to be until 5 a.m. It's that stubborn area of storms that's just not letting up. So a lot of rain in this area too. We're going to show that here in just a moment. Tremendous amounts of lightning. The winds at times have been indicated to be around 50 to 60 miles per hour over portions of western Lauderdale and Tipton County. You can see here near Richards, very active here, and just north of the Millington area where this storm activity has been kind of training along and just kind of hanging on to these areas. Still continue to monitor closely out here at Mesa, which we're already getting some very heavy rain, Fayette Corners, lightning and so forth. But I've also been seeing an area right back here towards Dias, Arkansas, that's got some high winds in it too, and we'll look at that here in a moment. There you can see right around Dias, we're getting just west of 55, just west of Golden Lake and the Mississippi River, out about 30 miles west. That is where the winds have been the meanest. I mean, we could have 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds showing up here, but that is some flat area. And once it gets a little further in towards Tipton County, thankfully, those winds have been weakening a little bit. So hopefully that'll continue to be the case. But again, very careful. Use lots of caution there with that storm, especially if you're leaving out early this morning to go somewhere. Flash flood warnings in effect for that area as well, right through Tipton County. We've got northern Fayette County involved there too, and right here in southwestern portions of Haywood County, where all of this rain has been adding up several inches. And I did a sample here on some of these larger deeper bands that we're seeing. Look at that, almost 6 inches of rain. This is just in about 4 hours time. So just over a 4-hour window, close to 6 inches of rain over portions of Lauderdale and Tipton County where those storms continue to roll through. Close to around 3 inches here in northeastern portions of Fayette County, and then you've got around 1.5 inches here in and around the Jackson areas. A little further east here, close to 3 inches in around the Savannah and Selmer area, right through those little bands of darker green there, and right around Parsons, about 1.5 inches showing up here. So the rain is going to continue to add up. It is still coming down very heavy here on radar. You've got a pretty strong storm right now, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds possible in and around Hickory Valley to Bolivar. We've got another little sail that's kind of closing in here on the Middleton area. And then right here in the Selmer, Raymer area, Mickey, got a strong little storm going on there too. So we'll continue to watch that. The winds, I'm not seeing the high pockets of winds through here that I was seeing. So that part is looking better, but the lightning is still way up there where we've got those 300 to 400 lightning strikes just in about 30 minutes times. Now a little further east, I am still seeing some pockets of 40 mile per hour winds. Possibly could be as high as 50. This is coming into Morris Chapel and about to roll through north parts of Savannah. So it's been ongoing, but again, you've probably got some gusty winds about to come back into the Savannah area right now. Parsons, we've had, looks like about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds going on in some of that activity. But again, to be a severe thunderstorm, officially we need 57 mile per hour or greater, and we need that hail that's going to be 1 inch in diameter, and we have not seen that throughout those areas. Here is a different story again. Use extreme caution right here, western portions of Lauderdale and Tipton County, and that is going to brush through just northern parts of Shelby County as it continues moving off to the east here at around 40 miles per hour. Numerous lightning strikes, so that in itself is very dangerous. Right in around Lauderdale and Tipton County, very dangerous amounts of lightning. Over 700 lightning strikes that we've seen here over about the last 30 minutes. And again, that rain adding up, we've had close to 6 inches of rain, and we're probably going to put at least a couple of more inches down. Could be looking upwards of 8 to 9 inches of rainfall throughout portions of Lauderdale, Tipton, and could be stretching over into Haywood County, where we could see at least 7 to 8 8 inches there from some of this very heavy rainfall. Looking at our first alert futurecast, there is good news. Now, towards about 7 a.m., a lot of that will finally start to move, but it's going to be over near the Tennessee River. We'll be watching it as it moves through there. But shortly after about 8 o'clock this morning, things start to dry out and they'll gradually be improving. And we're going to be in for some very dry but very hot weather. The first day of summer comes up tomorrow, and we are going to feel it as it goes into the 90s. All right, that's a look at your weather update. Stay tuned. We got Good Morning West Tennessee coming up at 5 a.m., and we'll have all of the latest on your weather. Take care.
Now part of a federal investigation.
Weather wireless check 1 2. There we are.